Okay, I'm here. Is everything working? Everything looks to be working. All right. So I'm gonna I'm gonna do league start practice. I'm gonna follow Bob Gun's Lightning Arrow Deadeye leveling guide. When I do actual league start, um, I'm gonna try to tweak it to be cold based. It should be very similar trees because I'm just swapping the lightning for cold. Otherwise, really effectively the same kind of thing. So for now, I need to take this build guide and put it into at the building. And I don't think this has a path of building like export. All right, so first, I'm just gonna try to create all these different groups. What's the difference in this? I kind of don't care about the individual first 27 levels. I think I will just do the 3 trees. This one, and this one. So let's start with this one. And I'm going to start at the top. I'm just going to import this gear. I should be able to can I not export and import? All right. Yeah. I'm not going to worry about the gear because that's going to be a pain to manually put all that in. So I'm just going to do this. Let's grab. If I'm not doing the gear, maybe I can do 1 through 5, and we'll just get everything set up. Okay. Um. Sync. What does sync do? New loadout. One to 5. I've never used loadouts. Oh, okay. So I just do default 1 to 5. Okay, so Manage trees. We're going to delete that. Then we're going to copy this and call it, what is the next set? 6 to 14. Six to 14 does this stuff, and we'll do dex 3 for dexterity. Grab that. Grab that. And then, whoop. No. That stops there. 1 to 5. Why? So why when I clone something, does it not just like manage trees, copy. So the next one is 15 to 27. Okay, now I'm in 15 to 27. And all of that is, well, he does this one as int. Intelligence. And he doesn't even specify those. Okay, that's fine. All right. So then manage trees, copy, and we'll call this next one 28 to 40. Make that one active. That all looks the same. Manage trees, copy 40 to 60 plus. All that looks the same. So then he goes into here. Grabs that. Oh. What? And so this is coming through shock right now for the build that I'm copying. But when I'm actually got the new tree, I have to find some cold. This is cold resistance. It's mana leech and cold resistance. See, there's some cold here. So I'd probably come up and grab that. There's a lot of cold up at the top of the tree. So maybe this whole branch goes away and I come up this way instead. Yeah, because the coal, like, there's a lot of cold way up there. Okay. And then he has... Oh, I should go back in here. 15 to 27. And he's grabbing point blank on... to 40. 40 to 60 plus. That skills fire an additional projectile. Yeah. And then he does have a end game variant. Which I will also just throw in. So then manage trees, new, okay, not new. Copy. Early end game. Early, oh no. Early end game gets that. Okay, that's still the same, that's still the same. That's still the same, that's still the same. That's still the same. Still grabs that. He comes up and grabs that. He's grabbing that and that. And he's grabbing that, that. Okay. So let's now do, so loadout sync. Does that not, can I not just... Oh, I should have done... Okay. So I do... Let's manage trees. I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna rename leveling 1. Because if I look at this help, Okay, so if I go to manage trees, rename, leveling, curly bracket, 1, rename, leveling, curly bracket, 2, rename, leveling, curly bracket, 3, rename, leveling, 4, rename, leveling, curly bracket, 5. Oh, helps if I spelled it right. Done. Loadout sync. New loadout. Leveling 1. So if I do this and I switch to leveling 1 or leveling 1, why see now why does the loadout show up twice? Oh, because it's in here twice. Manage trees. Leveling 1, delete. So that's now working. New loadout. Leveling 2. Bracket 2. I'll go all the way up to 5. Manage trees, and then I'm going to delete all the 0.1s. So this should now load out leveling 1, 2. Why is there no manage loadouts? That works now. And then early end game, even though early end game is the last, but that's fine. So skills, manage, delete, delete. Everything else there is fine. Items. I'm not going to worry about items, so they're just going to stay empty for now. So if we go to leveling 1, leveling 2, okay, leveling 1. So leveling 1, let's now look down at skills, new, lightning arrow. And we're going to support it with martial tempo and lightning infusion. Which is not called lightning infusion in the new patch. And then we also want new called lightning rod and contagion. Why do we have contagion? Oh, it's good early on. Okay, I see that. Okay. And then we switch to leveling 2. Do we have to put bow shot in? Bow shot. Yeah, we can do that. Leveling 1. New. Bow shot. Just for consistency, we're gonna throw it in there. Leveling 2. New. Storm caller arrow. With martial tempo and concentrate effect. Freezing salvo. With hourglass and magnified flat. Hourglass and magnified effect. Then Herald of Thunder. With Innervate. And Frost Bomb with Arcane Tempo. And what we need to do. Hey. Yeah, loadouts are relatively new. And by relatively new, I mean only about a year old. I think loadouts were introduced during Path of Exile's last league. Not the current league, but the one before loadouts were introduced. And the nice thing about loadouts is it syncs everything together. I am a dangerous person. And if I do new copy and call this leveling 3, and go to loadout leveling 3, there we go. I will save my I really wish there was a way to scrape all this information off of Moblytics, turn it into a path building, which then I can just tweak. But yeah, leveling 3 Stormcaller arrow is the same. Martial tempo, concentrate effect. Freezing salvo is the same. Hourglass magnified effect. Herald of Thunder is innervate. Yep. And then we have barrage. So new. Put it in the same order just for consistency. Gem name barrage. And it has premeditation. And I hope that we get the information to be able to update Path of Building before the servers go live. I don't remember. I've not really worried about it usually on launch day because things don't change that much often. But in this case, they do. Okay, so now this puts Lightning Arrow back in. Wait, what do I have? 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4. This one. I need that one and then that one. Okay. Did I? So 3. Yeah. Okay, so 4 is different enough. I'm just going to do bow shot, lightning arrow, rod, salvo, herald of thunder, tame beast, barrage, frost bomb, and then I'll go through and add. This gets martial tempo and primal armament. Why doesn't tab move on to the next one? Concentrate effect, another primal armament. Because going forward, we're going to be able to do that. So for now, this is not going to have everything, but freezing salvo gets hourglass, primal armament, and magnified effect. Hourglass. It's magnified effect. Yep. Herald of Thunder gets Innervate and Lightning Infusion. Four warnings. Don't have all the dexterity requirement for all this stuff. That's fine. Because this is going to be way lower. Yeah, so like it's gonna be level 10, which means everything is gonna be level 10. Okay. Anyway. Tame Beast, Meat Shield, Elemental Armor. Safe. Randomly. Okay. Barrage just gets premeditation. Okay, so that's that one. 4060 is all the same. So I gotta manage. I gotta delete leveling 5, leveling 4, copy, and call it 5. And we have a new one called Tornado Shot, which gets Persistence and Font of Rage. Okay, so let's look again. Lightning Arrow has Martial Tempo, Lightning Infusion, and Primal Armament. Oh, did I? Oh, new one. Can I move? Can I rearrange these? No. Oh, I can, but not by rearranging. Primal Armament. No. Lightning Infusion. No, did that not work? Yeah, because that's in other things. It really probably should be in the one before too then, but whatever. That is the same that Herald of Thunder gets added elemental focus. Tame Beast. He swaps them around. Doesn't matter. Barrage. Premeditation. Frostbound, nothing. Turn a shot, done. And then save. Early end game. See, this doesn't even list it. But new lightning arrow. New rod. New Herald of Thunder. New Wind Dancer. New Summon Companion. Where's Summon Companion come from? Okay. This shouldn't be Summon Infernal Hound. This should be now Barrage. This is Tornado Shot. Stormcaller Arrow. And Voltaic Mark. So how does he get Summon Companion? Is Summon Companion? No, it's just called Companion here. Goes after Wind Dancer. Okay. So Lightning Arrow. Concentrate effect. Save again. Handle the Thunder. Innervate. Reach. Primal Armament. And Magnified effect. Unbreakable. Arm's length. Meat shield, loyalty, element army. Okay, tempo. Premeditation. Ingenuity. Persistence. Overabundance. Font of Rage. Lasting Shock. Overcharge. And Conduction. Lightning Mastery. Single Out. And Inspiration. Save. So now, I don't have any gear in the tree, so there are some warnings. Okay. I'm not going to worry about the fact that I don't meet the level requirement for the level 3. And then this is level 15. 15 is going to be like, what, 5? I really don't need to be doing this. This doesn't make any difference, I don't think. Early endgame. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave this stuff at 20. Okay, so save this and then generate, copy. And then now to actually go into Pixel 2. Hey, look, they're updating it. What's the update? I don't know. Time to start this run. Create. Soul self found. Ranger. Lie. Third test. Oh, I don't have. Where did it go? When I fixed my computer, it broke my shortcut. Okay. I have the test version. Okay. Okay, so inventory, calibrate, test. Okay, act tracker and act decoder. We want both of those. For now, the rest of them I don't really care about. I don't care about the time. We'll add a slot. We'll import. Turn on league start. Don't care about optionals. Okay. There we go. We're starting the run. WASD.
It'll take a better snare than that to catch me.
By the first ones, you're alive.
New campaign run. Do you have that as a macro for how often I start new campaign runs?
Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
This is like no sickness I've ever seen. Let's track down this Miller.
Last Epoch has me clicking instead of WASD. Should turn that on. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've started a new campaign run twice in the same day.
string to my bow. Nowhere to run. The journey has not been kind to you, Miller. Storming arrow. Adapt and survive. Man or beast,
Please come inside.
they die the same.
Is it not tabbed to open the thing? Oh. Yep, because I'm not used to it because it's the new yeah, I usually haven't had to recalibrate that, but I'm using the test stuff.
This friendly's the night. There's a beast of now you could channel your violence against this devourer, as Finn calls it. We'd be indebted to you.
Um
Go well.
so I'm looking at
Turned tools of war.
don't really care about any of this stuff. Maybe the helmet. Okay, so looking at the build guide that I have up, my first skill tree says I need lightning rod. Lightning arrow you start with as you know, an archer. I would think. Oh, do I get that salvage and reforging bench right away in Solo Self Found? I would think that it would be telling me I need to cut the gem. Does it never tell you when you need to cut gems in this? Wait, by... Oh. I never used this. Normal Omni click should generate a regex. Okay. I've like literally never used this in PoE 2 because I didn't realize it was here last time I was playing PoE 2. Other than to make my video. Which, admittedly, is not great if I not really used it that much. I gave the, I wonder, now that I've, got that gem, though, I can't, well, I guess I could test it with creating a new character, but...
I need more mana.
Ooh. All right, so this act tracker, or the act decoder, is this? I guess it doesn't really matter if you're what league you're in. It turns things around. That's only on the map, not on. Yeah. No, I never put lightning rod on my bar. Oh, I dodged into that. Oh, no. Okay. I need to...
I shall overcome.
like... gain a level. Something. Hey, how's it going? Argentina. Nice. All right. Sounds good.
These tunnels run deep.
All right. Let me identify this helmet and just see if that's going to help me. Some armor is better than nothing.
My survival is no stroke of fortune.
I also had a thought. So for the axe tracker, when you're using the PUB overlay, I instinctively use spacebar to close out of my passive tree, but when I have the overlay open, that moves the location. I don't know if there can be an option to change that off of spacebar, so spacebar closes it along with closing the screen. And then something else can realign it, like middle mouse button realigns. I don't need it to change for everybody or anything. Just be like an option would be nice, because I keep readjusting the tree instead of well, I think you could put it like right here, right in the POB overlay settings. Just be like adjustment button. I guess you have a hotkeys up here, which lets you to replace middle mouse button and replace tab key with. Just something I'm thinking about. Yeah, that's true. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, it's not a huge issue, and definitely shouldn't be on your priority list anywhere. But you know, maybe put it on the bottom of the list. If you're bored one day, or sick of looking at other stuff but still want to play with the tool.
Nowhere to run.
Deadeye waiting room. Yep. Ah. Nope. That was not a good decision of where to go.
Fury.
Level 2 skill gem. A rare mask. Oh, I put it on 3.
Welcome to the camp. I fear this lullaby. A songbird makes for easy.
Oh, now this.
Regex copied. And so now I cut it and I look at lightning arrow and I paste it. Martial tempo and lightning infusion. Let's do lightning infusion first. Yeah, I see that. And that's good enough. Like, it'd be really hard to get it, like, you'd have to, like, I guess if you made it so that if you middle mouse clicked on lightning arrow, somehow while it's here, copy the, it does. Not the regex. Yeah, the other overlay. Yeah, it does this other overlay. Maybe if you could add, like, what, I would add it to the list. Just give it as an option and be like, this is in these different kind of like how you hold down the different leveling things. You know, have it list the different skill trees you have it in, and you can click on it and it copies the regex for all of the support gems. That would be kind of cool, because then you could come here, be like, copied regex, and then maybe it can also tell you how many tier 1s, how many tier 2s, so that you know which ones to cut. Or something. I don't know how. I don't know exactly the best idea for that. I'm just thinking out loud, really. So contagion, it says, is a really good one. Regex copied. And then do that. Paste it in. All gems. Contagion. Oh, I don't have enough intelligence for contagion. So I guess I'll just do lightning arrow. I will also identify this rare mask. And this. Hey, look, there's some intelligence. I probably would have enough intelligence now for contagion. Oh, and I got an exalted orb. Oh, I'm on solo southbound, but that still means I have my stash for solo southbound. So I have all of this stuff available to me. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Oh, I probably have a whole bunch of money too. Eh, not that much. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
Yes. I like to hold on. I will treasure.
Oh, I wanted to disenchant. Oh, no. Oh, can I not wear that yet? Oh, requires level 5.
I've collected these over time. What do you think? It's beautiful.
Oh, yeah?
What have we got? Anything take your fancy?
When you have open sockets on the skill, inventory needs to be open. Oh, so that gets you this part. But if you're in, I'm just going to look at another support gem. So if you're in the support gem, like, I can't, like, I can't click on these things. So then I'd have to open my inventory while this is open somehow to get the recommendation while I'm in here. Maybe you could do another screen check for skills and just change it when you're in skills. Because what I'd like to do is just click on this. Yeah, okay, so I see this has, like, that's a 2. That's a 3, that's a 1. Okay, so I see that I need 3 1s. So, like, this says I need martial tempo. But then it doesn't copy it, like, it doesn't copy the regex. The regex for the supports here, like, if I let go on here, copying that regex would be nice. And if I let go here, copying that regex would be nice. So then I go back to copying, and then I paste it in. Is a setting for that scenario? In the toggle something. So if I toggle instead of hold, and I have this open, then I should have a regex. I don't get a regex when I click this. Oh. Oh. Okay. I see. So if I click on lightning arrow, I can be like, okay, well, I have lightning infusion. I'm supposed to have lightning infusion. I need martial tempo. And I click on martial tempo, and now it searches for the exact one I'm looking for. And then when I'm here, I'm like, oh, I need primal armament. Boom. There. Well, there's so much to it. Okay. I like the I like the changes. Not changes. Um I like that. I'll have to figure out.
Thunderous shot.
I'm gonna have to use that.
I shall overcome.
So then I guess the only thing then would be if you have this open, because right now if you long, like if I didn't have that setting on, the alternative would be with that off, because I kind of I don't care that that stays around. If I click over and then it's like, okay, I need martial tempo, and I let go while I'm on that, that should copy it to the clipboard, so then I can paste it in. I don't think it does that. Because it's a little bit smoother, it goes away instead of staying, which isn't the end of the world. Until then, I will probably just add or change that setting for me. Woo!
You have the look of a hunter. Hey, the hunt are you? Don't worry, ready? Go on then. Try and keep up. Don't lose sight of it.
Hey, how's it going? Well, everything feels different than PoE 1. The game, when you get to really end game, can kind of turn back into PoE 1 a little bit, but the game is very different. So, you can really pick any build you want, and it won't feel like PoE 1 really until maps. If you get into endgame mapping, then it'll start to feel the same. At least that's my experience. It's harder to get an experience that feels the same as PoE 1 than there is to get one that feels different, because everything is more methodical.
You're a good hunt. Aye. If we run, watch yourself, traveler.
You know, the way everything works is different. So it's a lot easier. Ooh, uncut support gem. If you want something that's a smooth experience, I think Lightning Arrow is probably the smoothest. If you push, the campaign takes longer than Path of Exile 1, but if you I don't know how Act 4 and the new
Storming arrow.
intermediate acts are going to affect that. I expect it'll actually speed it up a little bit. But if you really push through, if it takes you 8 hours to do PoE 1, expect 12 for PoE 2. So, melee is good right now in PoE 2 if you do the right things. But it's less forgiving, but that's true in most games. You know, if you're ranged, you get to stay further away from the enemies, so it's a little bit more forgiving. Hey, how's it going? I'm testing out Exile UI. Lylokin's the developers in the chat over on Twitch, and I've got a early test version for the new Lylokin UI changes. And I'm trying out right now. I'm still doing lightning arrow, but what I will likely do on League launch is cold arrows. As soon as I can transition into cold, but it's going to be very based on this. And I feel like arrow builds are probably the smoothest League start currently.
Has the tree not been
Okay, there's that. If you want something that's OP, literally just for the rest of the day today, Lightning Spear is way more powerful, but they have reined that back quite a bit. I expect it to still be viable, but people who have played the original version will think that it's dead. I am very excited for tomorrow. The changes that they have seem very good. I'm gonna start as Cold Arrow is my plan. Cold Arrow Deadeye. I want to try the main thing is I want to try cold damage as a bow build, and then I want to try the new evasion tech, because evasion is a little bit lacking, but the new changes to evasion make it seem like it should be pretty good now. Got a new chair coming. Oh, I can wear my mask now. Okay. Uncut skill gem level 2. I'm gonna try contagion. Let's put contagion on E. Yeah, I don't know. Contagion is really adding to this. Oh yeah, my chair that I'm currently using is an office chair, that I got when I was doing development from home, and is actually quite nice, but is an office chair, not
Crimson remnants of man.
you know, a super premium chair. I tend to ruin chairs because I like to sit on my foot. Like I'm not really cross-legged because my one foot is straight, but my other foot is tucked under my other leg, so I'm like half cross-legged. It's just that's the comfortable way for me to sit. And so always on the one side of my chair, the it just wears through from me putting my foot up there.
Storming arrow. Return to the earth.
It's the big red N that looks like Netflix, but it's Nerdatorium. You should still be able to do exclamation point in Discord and get a new invite if you want one. If it's not showing up.
Prepare yourself.
Hey, look. The command still works. Like this really doesn't feel like
Fury.
Contagion is doing anything.
Of mana.
Okay, so this is where I do middle mouse button. Oh, I have to have inventory open, middle mouse button. Oh, I have to have the other setting on. Whatever. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do martial tempo. For lightning arrow. Grave that. And then lightning rod doesn't have anything on it, and contagion doesn't have anything on it. But lightning rod gains concentrated effect, primal armament, and lightning infusion, which I'm already using lightning infusion, so I can only do concentrated effect for now. Not doing any melee skills, so +1 to all melee skills isn't crazy good, but it's better than nothing. In general. Hey, I think I had that chair at one point in time. That looks very familiar. Hold on, let me go. I had gotten a gaming chair, like a cheap one, and I still have it in the other room. I'm gonna go take a picture of it. All right. So this was my old chair, and you can see where my like it just falls apart. All the fake leather just comes completely apart. My foot, sometimes I switch which foot is up on, but mostly you can see it's this foot. So my leg rubs on this side really hard, and then my foot just tears this seam apart. It just doesn't work great. And you can get better chairs that last significantly longer, but any of the, you know, if it's under $200, it's not going to last long, and the fake leather is going to just peel apart like this. I have never had a chair that's lasted long that's been less than like $400 chair. I also could stand to lose some weight, and that might help, but hey, same. Pretty much exactly. I'm literally exactly 6 feet and 250 pounds.
Thunderous shot.
You know, I fluctuate between 245 and 255, but I'm literally exactly the same. It's funny. I want to get back to my high school weight at some point, which would be dropping like 60 pounds. Technically, my high school weight was 180, but under 200. I want to be under 200. Just technically only drop 50 pounds, but well, I released a video about that on YouTube. It's only 7 minutes. In my video, I talk about 4 different options of ways that I'm thinking of going. The way I'm actually going is this way. I say that I'm probably going this way. But you know, Sorceress has a lot of changes with the way infusions work. Seems like that could be a lot of fun. But the key takeaway that I put in my video that I think I see other people making similar points is that we don't know everything. We don't have the new passive tree, so we don't know what, maybe new cold. That's the one thing that I'm looking at this passive tree, and I'm doing a lot of stuff down here, but all the cold is up here. But they're adding more nodes throughout and removing some of the travel nodes, so we don't know what the tree's going to look like. So I'm going to have to do some, quick modifications as I'm leveling. Let's drop this.
Storming arrow.
That is absolutely an option. I've heard of people, or I heard a lot of people want to go Hollow Palm. I did not recommend that in my build because I don't know what a good backup to Hollowed Palm will be. And all of my builds that I suggested, which not my builds to be clear, but all the builds that I suggested, I also suggested a reasonable backup if that build seems to fail, so you don't have to start a new character, which isn't the way I tend to play the game. So, but it's the way I would recommend you play the game. Do I think Path of Exile will update before tomorrow? I don't believe so. The servers will probably come down. POB won't be able to update until the new tree is available, which I don't think will be before the patch starts patching, which will give us like 2 hours of the servers being down with the new information. Because once it starts patching, I believe they release the "this is what we're patching to" patch notes. Probably by updating the current information, and I believe they also put out the file that everyone needs to update the tree. So it'll give us like 2 hours, I think. And so I'm gonna be getting on early tomorrow. It starts at 3 p.m. my time. So whatever that is, you know. So I'll be getting on at least at noon, or I'm gonna try for noon, maybe closer to 1. And I'll be modifying my plan, which my plan is currently Fob Guns lightning arrow build. Yeah, so 4 p.m. your time. So I'll be on at like between 1 and 2 your time. And then I'll be going through and seeing what I can do. I'm getting a lot better at looking at the tree and figuring out things, so
Fury!
so started to say something, and that made me not pay enough attention to the game. This is why I don't play hardcore very much. I have gotten all the way 2 maps on hardcore on Path of Exile 2 in the first non-season version of the game. I don't particularly think I need to do that again. Making mistakes and losing my character. Eventually. No, this is not a good spot to be. Oh.
Storming arrow!
Yeah, that's one of the, I think the backup build that I threw out there was a hammer build. It's an armored break build, but I think it uses, no, it's the main build. Do I still even have the, I have my video open. There's my thumbnail creation. There's my editing software. Nope.
Rather not break my back.
Yeah, I need to get rid of a whole bunch of stuff. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So this skull cap needs to go there, and this crush shield needs to go there. A level 3 gem can be lightning arrow. Wait, do I do storm collar arrow? I do. Martial tempo and concentrate effect. I think I don't even use. Okay. Yeah, monk will be played quite a bit. Let's see here. That is all the last Epoch stuff that I won't be doing. There's a countdown timer. That is streamer bot information, which I haven't done anything with. This I don't need. No, don't see anything. So, okay. I can see this one. Can I reopen this? Reopen. Okay. This is my video quick version. So I've got lightning arrow, deadeye. I showed this on the screen, but there's a 0.3 version of lightning arrow, deadeye that I found after I made the video. That is Fubgun's version. So I'm sure it's similar. That's the one I based what I'm doing off of. Except I'm going to go cold. So it's going to be similar-ish to this, but I'm going cold. And the idea is that if cold for some reason isn't working out, I can just pivot back to lightning and I can keep going and I'll be able to farm up enough currency to do a different build on the lightning arrow deadeye. Then my second option that I threw out there was this run and gun mercenary, using galvanic shards. Looked pretty decent when I looked through it. And then the backup for that one is going to explosive shot, which seems like it was a decent build that was only buffed. So like here's the one that I would try. If this doesn't work out, I would pivot to this one, which should still be good and not too far off. And then this is the one that I was looking at before. This is Firebringer. It is Warbringer with Infernal Cry, Forge Hammer, Volcanic Fissure. And you run around, you create fissures, and then you use Ancestral Cry so that you can run around and trigger all those fissures. And if for some reason this doesn't feel as good as it sounds like it would be, then this Armor Break one should work as a backup. And it has a Giant's Blood version, but Giant's Blood might not be good, so there's also a no Giant's Blood version. This one has the advantage that the trees are actually quite similar for pre-end game. So, if I look at that tree and this tree, did they change them? Yeah, see, they grab a lot of the same nodes. So well, actually, this doesn't look as similar as I remember it being. But it's not super far off. I think I was comparing this one to this one. I don't remember. This one has a lot of the dual weapon thing. But there's a lot of similarities between the two. And then Stormweaver. This one's the new Stormweaver trying to take advantage of infusions and stuff. Seems like it'd be pretty good. And then falling back to cast on crit, cast on ailment is what it'll be. Seems like a good way to do it. So, that's kind of what I was looking at.
Area spikes, I would ask.
I really don't care.
Take a look. If you find a pint out there, do bring it back. What have we got? Anything take your fancy? You've a keen eye.
Were you having the issue? Are you talking like PoE 2 or PoE 1? Because PoE 1, I had the issue last patch where I was not able to get in for the first couple hours because of every time I tried to log into my character, it would just kick me back out to the login screen, put me back in queue. I don't know what was causing that.
He's unconscious, but he's breathing.
I imagine that, you know, on the one hand, oh yeah, I'm using the other skill. I imagine that there's going to be not the same kind of issue that took, you know, so long to get back into the game as Did they add a warp to town button? So you don't have to know where the town is?
The wound. Only by a
That's nice.
that is why we
Anyway, I imagine they won't have that problem. People will be able to get in. But also, being an open weekend, there is a higher chance than usual of having issues, but I think they're also going to be more prepared for it. So, I'm also hoping that there won't be any issues.
was quite remarkable. Storm call.
Okay, once I get used to the way this attack works, I think this is working okay.
Storm.
Oh, hey, he died too. Yeah, I've never had that kind of issue before. Like I've definitely had the random crashes here and there issue, but I've also had like computer stability issues a lot. I think I have them fixed now because 2 days ago my computer just like hard crashed and then was really just not happy about doing anything at all. And then I found out that what I think it turned out to be is that my memory controller in my CPU is a bit unstable, and so even though I'm not overclocking anything, um
Does this cemetery?
uh even though I'm not overclocking anything, because when you have more memory, it puts more stress on your memory controller, and I have 64 gigs of memory. that was causing some weird instabilities. And so, well, I had 128 gigs of memory and 4 sticks of 32 gigs. So I was running server stuff on my computer for a while. I'm not doing that anymore, so I just took 2 sticks out. And that should help with stability, but that didn't. And then I discovered that or what I did is that I increased my memory voltage and the voltage, one of the CPU voltages. It's the one that it helps with the memory controller. I don't remember which line it is. I did a bunch of Googling and stuff. And since then, I've not had any issues. So hopefully that has increased stability. Oh. I forgot that they put strong boxes into the game. Whoa. Hey, Ancient, how's it going? Are you gonna be playing PoE 2's new league tomorrow?
Prepare yourself.
Starforge has a PoE 2 case now. Starforge.com is a game. Starforge PC. StarforgeSystems.com. Gaming PCs. Fun. Path of Exile 2 PC. There's a Terraria PC. That looks like the case I'm using, the new version of the case I'm using. Which case is that? The O11 case. Yeah, O11 Dynamic Evo. I'm just using the O11 Dynamic something. I can't read, all my fans are in the way. It's the big one. Um 7600X. Liquid cooler. It's an AMD GPU. So what I would do, okay, so if we look at this PC, we're gonna take a quick break from gaming and talk PC. I'm gonna see how this is. So PC part picker. So you can get a case that's gonna fit all of this stuff just fine for $100 tops. So PC part picker. builder. CPU. This is a 7600X. So 7600X. Add to part list. CPU cooler. They just have, it is a bits power 240, but they're all the CPU coolers are the same. So CPU cooler will do, personally I would stick with an air cooler, just a decent air cooler. I don't know, does the CPU come with an air cooler? No, not this one. It's because the X versions don't. So I would probably, you know, this is go cheap, and then find, this would probably be fine. Hyper 212 is a pretty good version. So that's what I would do. I have a full custom loop, and if I rebuild a new PC, I am not doing that again because it was expensive and I like to tinker, and anytime something went a little bit wrong, I have to drain the loop to take everything out. I hate it. We'll just go with this, you know, sure. This cooler is going to be plenty for that CPU, Hyper 212 Pro. Plenty for that CPU. You could go with a, if you wanted to stay with a cooler, do 280 and then go price and find one that's decent. Like, I don't know what ID cooler is. Arctic, I haven't really paid much attention to them recently, so I don't know if they're still any good. I've heard of Alpha Cool. EK I would stay away from because they're going through some stuff, or I don't know if they still are, but they were. Be Quiet is one that is decent now, so we're just gonna go with, we're gonna go with the air cooler for now, but just know that this is 60-ish bucks more to go with the same cooler effectively, because these all internally have the same, the pump is on the water block. That is patented. Only one company can make that pump on the water block, and then they license that out to everybody else. So it's the same pump on the water block. Radiators aren't that big of a deal. The fans are fans, you know, they might be quieter or louder, but cooling wise, they're all going to be fine. Anyway, so then it'd be $60 more to go with that water cooler. And then motherboard. What motherboard does this have? B840p Wi-Fi. $150. Memory, Team Group Delta RGB. So this is 6,000. Team Group Delta RGB. And this is 32 gigs, two 16 gig sticks. Looks like they're using the black. And is this the same cast latency 30 versus 38? So this is actually faster. This is 64 gigs. So this is actually faster memory. As they got lower latency, which is nice. Really won't notice it that much between 30 and 38 with the same actual memory speed. No big deal. We don't need any more memory. Storage. I'm guessing this has like a 1 terabyte. Let's see here. Primary storage, 1 terabyte, 3,500 read. I don't know if I'll be able to find one that slow. So NVMe, that they do say Yeah, no, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna zoom out on this so I can see it without squishing this down. PCIe 4. Capacity 1 terabyte. 960 is good enough. Price, again, go to lowest, find a good team group. 1 terabyte. Let's see what the read writes are on this. That seems bad. I wouldn't go with that one. How about this? Can I is the read write an option here? No. Let's look at this one. What does the read write on this one? Okay, it doesn't say. Let's look at Newegg's listing. You know, if it doesn't say how fast it is, you can assume slow. Okay, so we're going to keep going. PNY, I think, is good. Also, doesn't say its price. Let's look at the Amazon listing and see if the Amazon listing lists its price or its speed. Okay, 7,500, 5,500. This is way better. So we're going to add this. It's the PNY, whatever, $55. Video card. This has the 9070 XT. Looks like that's about a $700 video card. So, does it say which XFX? I don't, 730. We're just gonna go with the XFS Swift one. You literally, you could go with any of these and they're gonna perform the same. I'm gonna go with the XFS Swift. So it is probably the identical one. Yeah, literally the identical card. At least that's what's in the picture. Case, you said you could have a case, but we're gonna grab a cheap case to, you know, simulate buying one. Something with the glass side panel and is like full size. Yeah. That's for a white build. Let's not do a white. We don't need front panel stuff. That's just a waste of space. So this is similar, except for it's got air intake here. We're just gonna add this one. Power supply, they list a 750 MSI Mag 750. We can do MSI. Let's see here. Mag 700 GL, literally this $100 one. That's the exact same one. Operating system, Windows 11 Home is what they probably come with. I'm going to add this at this price. You can, I'm not going to go into how you can, but you can find ways to get this much cheaper. This doesn't come with a monitor, doesn't come with a keyboard, doesn't come with anything else. So this is currently being listed for $2,399. How much would it cost to build it yourself? $1,544. And I didn't even go with getting like the cheapest of the cheap for a lot of these things. Like we don't know which solid state drive it was. Maybe they did use a slightly more expensive one. This is literally the same video card. It's not what I would spend $729 on. Personally, for what I do, I really like the NVIDIA AV1 encoding and stuff that NVIDIA does. So I stick with NVIDIA. It's not a bad card, but for what I do, I want the NVIDIA ones. And you can get probably similar performance for a similar price. Or cheaper even. Because the 9070 XT, what is the other, if we did NVIDIA for $700? Can we do it? Can we get a 5070? 5070 Ti maybe? 750 for a 5070 Ti. And if we look at, it adds $50 to the price. 5070 Ti versus 9070 XT. And then I like looking at GPU user benchmarks. The 5070 Ti for $50 more is 23% faster. You have the 65. Well, let's just compare it to your video cards. 6550 XT. Oh. The 6650. So the not, I'm doing a that's not that's 9070. Okay, so the 6650 XT is half the card of the 9070. Is that worth $700 though? Because then so if you've got a 6650 XT, when this is 2022 video card, what CPU and memory do you have? Are you using an AMD CPU that, because that seems like that's decent enough. That like let me compare this to the 2080 that my 2080 that was my previous card. Yeah, so you're using 2080 is what's in my wife's PC right now, and it was my previous video card. You're using a video card that my wife currently uses, unless you're doing, she does 1440p 144. Okay, so you have a Ryzen 7 2700X versus the 7. Let's look at the 7700X. That's only 50% better. Yeah. So I'm looking at this and like depending on what all you're doing on the computer, your 2700X is probably holding you back more than your video card. Also, do you have at least 16 gigs of memory? With the 2700X, I would imagine that you put 16 gigs in. 32? And that would be DDR4 memory. So let's compare that. Let's compare your 2700X to... All right, here it is. The 7600X that is here. 45% faster. Yeah, the hard part about upgrading your RAM is that when you upgrade your RAM on a CPU, that if you upgrade to the newest CPU, you have to change because you're on AM4, right? Let's do builder, start new. Motherboard, I'm just gonna pick any AM4 motherboard and choose CPU. What is the fastest CPU you can get? 5000 series. So let's compare the 5000 series 5700X. 27%. Yeah. So you could maybe, I think your CPU is probably what's holding you back, not your video card. You could maybe get a decent upgrade to the 5700X and then the 7600X. Would only be a 14% upgrade. So then that wouldn't be a huge upgrade. You have the same amount of memory. I'm sure this memory is faster. 6000, yours is probably 2400, maybe 3000. Something like that. So a budget upgrade would just be throw a different CPU in. Get the most expensive, the 5900 XT, you know, or 5800 XT, or let's see here. What is 5800 X3D? The 5800 X3D would be almost identical in performance to the 7600 that's in this and would work with the memory you already have, which you like. Yeah, the memory is listed as quite a bit faster here, but the cache latency will be slower here. this is a more expensive chip, but because it's the top of the line for that motherboard. 5700 X3D, a little bit slower. How expensive can you get the 1500 X3D? So let's do $700. Jeez, that's not worth it. Well, so the thing is, if you buy a motherboard and CPU, you're gonna have to buy memory as well. And if you recently upgraded your memory, that'll feel like a waste. How about 5950X? You can get that for $300. 5950. Oh. 5950X would be a much more friendly. It's not $700. So for $300, you can get a 5950X, which gets you within 9% of this whole new PC, where you have a almost as good video card. Wait, not almost as good. You're half as good, right? 6650 XT versus 9070 XT. Yeah, so if you were to spend the $300 on this CPU, you'd get a nearly identical performing CPU versus your 2700X. It's only a 22% upgrade. I don't know that that's even that big of a deal. I don't know that that matters. Because the 5950X has 16 cores, 32 threads, which will help with overhead and stuff. The X3D has some different architecture that helps with you actually get better gaming performance in this. I don't know. How many generations have been on the AM5? Okay. So AMD is only promised AM5 socket life support through 2027. So even if you got an AM5 processor, you'd have 2 years worth of upgrades. Or your current upgrade isn't crazy different. The biggest upgrade will be going to DDR5. That means you're buying more memory again. I don't know if it would be worth waiting until AM6 comes out or not. That's what I would do is eke the most out of what you can, and then skip AM5 entirely, go to AM6. And then if you get the biggest thing about upgradability, and I'm just going to move on at this point, but the biggest thing about upgradability is the sooner you get into a platform, the more upgrade options you're going to have. So, you know, get the most you can out of what you have. You know, buy like a $200-$300 processor. It'll get you a little bit of a boost. You can keep using the same memory. I think DDR6 is going to be coming out soon. That's probably when. Let me look that up. When is DDR6 expected? DDR6 when? So last year, people were expecting it to come out next year. It arrives in 2027. Yeah, so this is what I would do. If pricing stays similar, which it should, I would save up money to do a full computer upgrade in 2027. And expect to spend between $1,200 for a decent gaming PC and $2,000 for an amazing gaming PC as soon as DDR6 and AM6 arrives. So if pricing stays similar, it'll be about $1,200 to $2,000 to get the gaming PC you want. Usually you spend half of that on your video card. So if you can spend $2,000 on your gaming PC, you want to spend about $1,000 of that on your video card, and the other $1,000 will be able to fill out the rest of your PC. If you're only spending $1,200, you do a $600 video card and $600 other parts. That's going to be really tight on the other parts, but it's going to be kind of the best performance. Best performance trade-offs. And then you're jumping into that platform right when DDR6 starts, which does have teething pains. So you maybe want to give DDR6 like 3 to 6 months before you jump on. But that's still better than, you know, having a system that you want to be upgradable that's going to be not upgradable in less than, you know, 2 years. Now, what I was doing with my wife is we were on a two-year replacement schedule. And that was every 2 years, we do some sort of upgrade. But every other upgrade is on somebody's PC. So, like, in 2 years, she got an upgrade. And then in 2 years from then, I got an upgrade. And in 2 years, she got an upgrade. And we would spend about $2,000 on that upgrade. And that would get us through. And then I might upgrade some things here and there. But that was my own personal. We kind of give ourselves an allowance that comes out of my personal funds if I'm going to do that versus, you know, house funds. But right now we kind of put that on hold because of, you know, stuff. But yeah, I would, unless you're having problems, if you're having problems, that changes everything. But unless you're having problems, I would just do maybe a minor upgrade, or leave something, or just leave it alone until the next, you know, big group comes out. Being 2 years out, maybe you don't want to wait 2 years. Then, yeah, maybe you hop on. If you're gonna do that and you're not gonna wait 2 years, then sooner is better than later. But I would do, you definitely would need to do the Core 3, you know, CPU, memory, motherboard, because the new CPU requires the new memory, which requires the new motherboard. Like they're all tied together. I tend to wait until I have problems, or a lot of my problems are like self-caused. And I'm on Intel for my CPU right now. Oh, jeez. I need to go use the well. Oh my god. I got frozen in place.
From above.
Fancy seeing you here.
Why am I not gaining any flash charges? Like, I feel like I'm not gaining any flash charges. Currently has 7 charges. I only need 10. Eight charges. Okay, it is gaining charges. It's just really bad.
Out of mana. In my sight. From above.
Like, I definitely don't gain enough charges to make up for the mana I'm using, and I'm just using Stormcaller. Just play them all. One of my friends is going to be playing at some point. He's going to be trying to play at some point. So I'm going to end up having at least 2 characters, because I'm going to start a new character when he joins. Can't play right away Friday, but I'll probably go hammer throw on Saturday or Sunday. Because that one does look a lot of fun. So I'll end up having 2 characters that I'm leveling. This one will be my initial character, and then I have one that I'm leveling with a friend, and then maybe even have one that I'm leveling with my wife, depending on how much she's able to play this weekend. I know she's got. We're gonna league start together, but then she's got another commitment Friday evening, so.
I answer your call. Arrogance. Humble find my hand.
Movement speed. I still don't know why they haven't made movement speed a implicit. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Monstrosity! From above!
No, frozen. I don't feel like this is better than lightning arrow right now. I wonder if it will be better than lightning arrow in the next patch.
Fury! The Praetor's wife must be in here somewhere. Face me!
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, you should have it.
Storming arrow.
Leave this place. Of the full moon. Insolence. Conquer. Disturb me. Of the full moon. Insolence. Insolence. Right of the full moon. Risen of bone. Now, old stick. To me, Draven. Risen of bone. Draven, I need you. Right of the full moon. Sacrificial soul.
Oh,
To me, Draven. Forever. Tormented death. My love, I call to you. Now
Thunderous shot.
you are mine. Forever. Right. Draven, I need you. Now you are mine. Forever. Ripped and
May your name be forgotten.
I keep getting crossbows.
once and for
I
all.
want a rare regular bow, not a rare crossbow.
You did it! What? What's happening? At last, it's open! Praise the first one! What is this? Great! Isabel! Torko! Callum! The family!
Ah, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that.
This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them suffer!
Oh. Okay. Let's go back to town real quick.
Oi, it's I am spirits feeling
Let's
lucky.
gamble a bow.
Guess I can help move that for you.
Rare. Adds more physical damage. Critical hit. Life per enemy hit is nice.
Farewell, hero.
At least he's honest about being a liar.
Why look, none of it's junk. Sure, I'll take it off your hands.
Okay. I'm gonna just call that good. Break that one down.
Hero.
I'm also going to... I gotten some blacksmith whetstones. There we go. Just cuz. Support gem for lightning rod. I want concentrate effect, primal armament, concentrate effect. Yeah. Okay, what am I supposed to use in here? Freezing salvo, herald of thunder. I can't do that yet. Frost bomb. Frost bomb is the only one I can do. I need more intelligence. I have the intelligence rune. Uh... Okay, so Frost Bomb. I'm gonna go back to trying to use Stormcaller Arrow, Frost Bomb. I don't have anything else yet. I'm not doing this, not doing this, and I'm not doing this anymore. Arcane Tempo. Okay, let's see if doing this is better. Maybe this skill is better.
I knew something wasn't right with him. I suppose this was a mercy. It seems something has tainted the bounty of Ogham. In my sight. From above. Wind at my back and prey in my sight.
Oh, jeez. No, 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 no. I gotta get out of there. Need a better healing flask.
Storm.
I'm stuck.
Not yet.
God damn it. I'm gonna just do it back myself in a corner. I'm gonna die. No. Maybe I... Oh, I got out of there. I don't know how. That- I don't know how that didn't kill me. There's some evasion rating.
From above.
Well, again with all the crossbows. Got a unique crossbow. The game really wants me to play a crossbow build, not a regular bow build. But I don't want to do that before the update because the update makes crossbows much better.
That is unlike any bird I've seen. Need more time. Patience. feeling. It's as though the trees themselves are watching me. Storm call! In my sight! From above! Wicked lethal!
Oh my god. So much damage all of a sudden.
From above! You have no chance. Need more time!
Okay, somebody reviving these minions? Reviving minions, there we go.
Barely broke a sweat.
There's a greater life flask. Two of them. That's 13 to 23. Yeah, that's a lot more damage. All right. No problem. So far, everything else is looking good. So I will let you know if I have any other things come up. I'll send you a message. And other than that, sleep well. And I'm sure I will see you tomorrow. Yay. Oof. Level 4 uncut skill gem. And Stormcaller.
Stupid cultist. Woo is an affront to nature. Not yet. From above.
Another crossbow.
Return to the void.
Herald of Thunder. Herald of Thunder gets Innervate. My dogs are just staring at me.
I have a great. How do I? A little. See, well, you paid, so thank you.
we are to I don't know how to it's in my bye.
This hooded one is here. Here's what I got. That'll be useful. If you find a find out there, do bring it back.
Okay, hi dogs, what up? We're back. Oh, welcome back. I'll be right back. Ugh.
From above.
Good timing. Spirit is near. Follow that whistle. Stay on it. Spirit's picked its prey.
Jeez.
Almost there. Don't give up now. Don't give it a chance to recover.
Barely brush a sweat. A waste of wood, if you ask me. But the songbird seems attached to it.
I think I shall.
That ought to get her off my back. I shall overcome. Storm.
Ooh, another exalted orb.
Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
Sentenced to death.
Great wolf.
Hey, Demon Slayer, how's it going?
Execution will be your last. Storm call.
Get down here. Your time is up. Delay your death. Get down here. The guillotine drops. Cowards, fight or die. Nowhere to run. The guillotine drops.
He should have just crushed all of his friends there. I was doing so good.
They've all gone mad. Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
Ranger, you have been sentenced to death.
Great wolf take you, bastard.
That execution will be your last.
Time is up.
Nope.
From above.
Guillotine drops. Cowards, fight or die.
So many guys.
In my sight.
I did better that time. You can tell because he died and I didn't.
Set is spelled. Count Geonor's mongrel is no longer. All this rock and stone cannot hide the rot within.
Oh, my fingers are on the wrong buttons. I was wondering why I wasn't getting out of that at all.
Storm call.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'll let my dogs back in. Okay. Wow. The wheels on this chair are a little too good sometimes.
Die like a beast. Storm call.
I'm stuck. Sneeze. Follow up. Sneeze. Oh, I need. This should be dexterity. So, I've been thinking about it a little bit. The elemental infusions are only for elemental spells, right? They're not going to affect elemental attacks. So, kind of, it seems the goal is if if you're doing an attack based, you pick an element and stick with it. If you're doing a spell based, you kind of want to do all three going forward.
Storm!
Oh no, 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 no. Okay, jeez. Oh no, jeez.
An easy trophy.
That's not a decent amount of life regen I've got.
From above! It's a cowardly wolf that hides in his den.
Okay, so I have. What is the difference between these two? It's like Oh, the difference is the big nodules on the left or the right? Big nodules are on the right, so I got this one.
The hawk circles its prey. Storm!
First ones, hear our laments. Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the corners, watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
Is there nothing safe from corruption? Storm! Meet your end.
Okay. I get the the layout here. At first I was like, this doesn't match at all, but I can see like where this is, where this could have been the entrance to that went off that way. It could have gone off this way. So that it like it could have been here, here, or here to get to Candlemas. And then this could have gone down here, and then yeah, okay.
Too slow.
I'm doing real slow. I mean, I was talking to other things. I wasn't, and you know, whatnot, but still slower than I expected to be.
From above.
Oh, that leveling saved my life. So it isn't there.
Prepare yourself.
Artificer's Orb, that's nice. Okay.
Are they feeding it?
I imagine I'm a little underpowered for this. I could Artificer's Orb since I grabbed that on my bow and put that in. So now I do 6 to 10 more cold damage.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill her, and you shall have everything I promised.
No noose
This time, I'll remove your head myself.
Many have tried. Storm!
Easy prey.
I imagine I don't have enough cold resistance. Ooh, that hurt. Oh, didn't mean to dodge into that.
You'll pay with your life. First one's high. Oriana! Open the cage! Release the beast! Give me what you promised!
I know. So much more. Patience! Find someone to help. Goodbye.
You manipulative whore! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you! Desolation.
Really? You're going into this phase this early?
Fang, tooth, and claw. Tortured under the moon. The pack suffered but endured. And howled now in tune. No tales were told. None new, none old. And their endless hunger grew ever stronger. Solstice of pain. I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation. I smell your blood, and I am ravenous. Solstice of pain. Chilling frost. I smell your blood,
Storm call.
and I am ravenous. Chilling frost. As night falls,
Ah, you should have gotten stunned.
winter's chill. Sought the unworthy. Through an endless night. They wither and tarry. Forsaken frosts. As cold as death. Of baleless misery. The pack won't forget. I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Solstice of pain.
Wow, first try. I did not expect to beat him first try.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness. It consumed my being. Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert. From the Vastiri? Yes. Find her.
Freezing salvo is level 5.
But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish. Must make haste.
Oh,
Let us return
a
to
unique
the
charm. I don't think I've
operations.
ever had a unique charm before. And I'm not doing armor, so it doesn't make any difference.
He doesn't.
No, I had a 5. I could freezing salvo. Okay, so martial tempo, concentrate effect. Yep. Freezing salvo, hourglass, and magnified effect. I just got a unique charm. This is for Utopia Stone Charm. Defend with 200% of armor during effect. So double your armor while you have it, but I'm not doing armor, so that doesn't mean anything to me. I think they were added after point 2, like as a mid-season patch. They added some additional stuff.
Take a look. That'll be useful. Might make good scrap. Stick to the cairns.
Okay, so I actually do need hourglass and magnified effect. Do I have those? Do have an hourglass. Herald of Thunder still just as innervate. Barrage we will gain a tier 5. Yes. I wouldn't have a second tier 5 yet, so I am not going to.
Betrayal. The Countess has escaped with the beast.
Well, my lady, we have arrived. The Bastilia waits. Good luck to you.
Sand, as far as the eye can see. Who would choose to live in such a place?
You are seeking
Proving myself in the wilderness. Simple enough.
Are you freezing salvo?
Ready to hunt. Quick, get after it.
Storm call! Meet your end.
No time to cower.
Yeah, freezing salvo is definitely staying in the rotation for my ice-based build.
Finish it. Almost there. Don't give up now.
Oh, jeez. Ooh, tier 2 armor.
Patience.
What is this symbol? Oh, that's just the symbol for this area with the corpses, I guess? I don't recognize that. See, I could if I was doing... So that's ignite. If I was going up towards the cold side. Yeah, see, I could go up this way, grab some of that, grab this node, keep going up, grab this stuff. Anyway. No, I didn't.
From above!
Okay. Let's identify these boots. Ooh, movement speed. Some life, some dexterity, some evasion rating. I think that's better. Tier 2 armor. We'll see. No. Oh my god. No. No. Yeah. So this is just the standard lightning arrow. Deadeye eventually. And I'm doing Stormcaller arrow right now. Oh, barrage is actually what I need to do next.
Attack to fire multiple times. Barrage
So I use barrage and then I can use Stormcaller. Oh, the freezing salvo? Yeah, it's very good. It has quite a cooldown though. So it really can't be your main ability. 10-second cooldown. You don't want to be attacking once every 10 seconds. So not your main ability.
I will tell your tale. I only hope. No need to rush. Take care. I am a Sala. Remain. So, we the trail. You have your orders.
Have you paid attention to anything that's coming out with the new patch?
It appears the Faradin have been busier than the Ardora expected. Stormcall!
So yeah, the big things are the trade system. Act 4 plus some additional holdover acts. So there is no cruel. No need to do the campaign more than once on each character. You will want to pay attention when you're doing the offline trade of the new system. So no longer are you going to be able to when you say you want to buy something, no longer are they going to be able to like bait and switch you, or price fix by telling you or selling it at a lower price and then never responding. Because if you're buying it through this new system, you go in there and you buy it, right? But when you go in there and buy it, you're going to see their entire for sale system, right? All of the things they have for sale. And they can name the stash tabs deceptively to make it look like everything is the same price in that tab, but they may not be. Okay, well, how much did you how much did you hear? Nothing but trade. Okay, so the new trade system, and then there's Act 4, and some holdover acts to prevent, or there is no more cruel difficulty. You just do the acts once. The new trade system is an offline trade system. There is a search in game now. They initially the announcement didn't say that was coming, but now it is. They were able to fix it or finish it in time. So you'll not even need to open the trade site to find items and buy from players. So basically it's an in-game version of the trade site that I think does everything the trade site does except for the live search. Because they said it does almost everything, and the only thing I could see from the screenshots that didn't look like you could do was live search. There's probably some other little things too. But for the most part, it's a new trade site. It does mean that you no longer have the same exposure to some of the scams. So they can't bait and switch you. When you go to their hideout to do the buy, you buy from a vendor that's in their hideout, a person that's in their hideout. And because of that, it'll highlight it kind of if you've done trades in Path of Exile. I'm sure you guys have. When somebody says they want to buy something, it highlights it in your stash, you know? Well, it'll do the same thing when you say you want to buy something. It doesn't send them a message, it just brings you to their hideout, and it highlights the item that you've selected. As long as you buy that, you're pretty safe. Because they can't change the price on you randomly. There's some protections against stuff like that. And so you're pretty safe if you buy the item you said you were going to buy. But if for some reason that item's gone, maybe somebody severely underpriced it and you raced some people and lost, and they bought it before you could get there, or any other reason that it's just not there, you will be able to see their entire for sale stuff. So because you can see everything that they have for sale, you could see that, oh, they had 2 and buy the other one they had. You got to be more careful about that. Because the stash tab might imply that everything in here is 5 exalts. But it could be that with the new tabs, you can't do a tab where everything is priced the same. It doesn't let you. I don't know why. Seems kind of hard. It's going to make things hard for no reason. Because you have to, like, if you're selling a whole bunch of things for, like, a couple of Exalt, because you don't want to, you know, leave your map to do it, now you're going to be able to sell things that you normally wouldn't, but you'll have to price them individually, which seems a little frustrating to me. I think that they should still allow tabs to be priced as a whole, because that doesn't stop you from making it look like the tab is priced as a whole, and you're used to that with the normal trade method thing. Or even if you know that you can't do that, you might expect that somebody has done that, and you'll look at something else, and something might not be. It's like, oh, this everything in here is 5 Exalt, but maybe there's now lesser, normal, and greater. The tab might say 5 lesser Exalts. And you look at that and you're like, okay, the item I want is gone, but this other one is the same, so I'll just buy that. And they have it for 5 regular Exalts, not lesser Exalts. You don't realize it, you accidentally buy something you didn't mean to buy. So you got to be a little bit more careful. It might not be done on purpose. Could be done on purpose. There's no, you know, enforcement that what the tab name says is in there is what's actually in there. So you got to be careful. So if somebody's buying or selling a whole bunch of crafting bases, maybe they're selling a bunch of item level 83 bows. Well, and they're selling them for, you know, a couple of oh, and high quality can be a thing now. So it's like oh, item level 83 quality 28 plus bows. You're like, okay, well, I want one of those. Actually, I want a few of them because I want to craft. I want to do some stuff with crafting. And so you decide to buy 4. Well, one of them, the one that you found, is properly listed and correct. Everything else looks the same, but one of them is corrupt. And one of them's for the wrong amount of currency or the wrong type of currency. And maybe they're trying to get you to be lazy, because people sometimes buy a whole bunch of crafting bases at once. And if you don't look at each one of them and you just kind of control clicking everything, you might accidentally buy something for far too expensive. So you just got to be careful. If you're buying the thing that's like a singular item and it's the one that you selected from the trade site, you're pretty safe. But anything else, you want to pay more attention. I'm sure that, you know, scammers are going to find a way to scam. And so some people are going to find ways to exploit certain aspects of this new system. And you just got to, you know, as long as you're paying attention, you should be fine. Rare recurve bow. Increased 15% increased physical damage and 38% increased elemental damage with attacks. Well, I'm doing elemental damage. Critical damage bonus, attack speed. This is just better. But I'm excited for the new trade system. I think it's going to make trading for items significantly easier. And it's going to make selling items. So there's a gold cost for trading, but the gold cost is entirely on the buyer's side. So if you want to throw a whole bunch of stuff in your trade vendor, then you can do so. And it doesn't cost you things to list any gold to list items. Yeah, there's a couple of reasons for that. You know, first of all, they want people to still be able to show off their hideout, and trading is kind of the main way to do that. That shows off cosmetics, it shows off, you know, designs, whatever. You will see other MTXs. That's one of the ways that they make money is selling all these cosmetics, and one way to make sure you see cosmetics, that's why towns are shared zones, is so that you can see other people's cosmetics, and be like, oh, that's really cool, can I get that, and maybe buy something. It's one of the reasons. And so they want you to still be able to go to people's hideouts for some of the stuff. Also, if two people try to buy the same thing, they both go to the hideout. The first person to get to the hideout wins. So
It seems people were still alive down here when the entrance was sealed. Storm! Need more time.
So it makes it not too much of a departure. Another thing about trade is that it's a new type of stash tab, a new type of premium stash tab. Oh. But if you've bought premium stash tabs to use for trade, they are allowing you to convert any premium stash tabs, not quad tabs or anything like that, but just regular premium stash tabs that you own before the new tabs are available will always be convertible. So you'll be able to turn them into the new type of tab. What will happen to the old tab? Well, it'll become a remove only tab if you have anything in it on both Path of Exile 1 and 2. Path of Exile 1 doesn't have the new tabs, and so you just lose the tabs in Path of Exile 1 until the trade system is brought to Path of Exile 1. Which probably is next league, but you know, it really depends on how the thing goes. What happens when you jump in the abyss? They showed that. In Path of Exile 1, there's the abyssal depths where you fight some stuff. In Path of Exile 2, it's effectively the same thing. You've got abyssal depths that you can go into, and you fight some stuff. I think... so, to convert it, as soon as the new patch goes live, you'll be able to do it on their website. So you log into your account on the website, and there's going to be an option to convert existing tabs.
Too slow.
And when you jump into the abyss, I think that's where you do the throwing things in. I don't know. To identify them, I think you have to find an abyss and jump in. I don't remember if that's in there or not, but... Oh, that jump in. Yes. If you jump into, not just into the abyss, but into the vortex, whatever, I don't remember what they called it. at the end. You need a key to do so. I'm guessing it's a boss fight that they didn't want to show. They want people to discover what the boss fight is like. I'm guessing it's a new maybe even pinnacle boss that will become its own tree once it goes standard, kind of like Breach has a boss. Right now it's the boss of the League mechanic. There usually is some sort of boss for the League mechanic. That's part of the reason why the old last leagues wasn't considered a full league, is because they didn't have anything like that, as far as I know. Now, what do you get for beating the boss? They also didn't say what you get. I'm wondering if we're getting a new version of tattoos for your passive tree that you get by beating the new boss. I guess we would know that because there's the, where did I close it? These are all the patch notes. Let's go back. Yeah, item filter information. There's a bunch of new omens. Item class rings, abyssal signet, pearlescent amulet, new stuff there. A lot of these are the resteal. All these are taking out all these removed items. All these, like, for example, they took out 3 quarterstaffs, reaching, barbarous, and arcing, and quarterstaffs will be up here. And they just effectively renamed them. So that, like, we're not actually getting 3 new quarterstaffs. We're getting, they're replacing 3 quarterstaffs. They just don't show under renamed items, and because I'm guessing they also have like slightly different implicits than what they're replacing, so they are technically new, but not, whatever. So there's the stackable currency, bunch of essences, petition splinter, runic splinter, some jawbones, some ribs, some collarbones, cranium vertebrae. I don't know what these are. There's jawbone. There's nod preserved ancient of jawbone, rib, and collarbone. And then there's a preserved cranium and a preserved vertebrae. I don't know what those are. I like how lesser essence of the mind, body, like perfect essence of this. And then it's like, okay, well, these ones are new, so that makes sense. But infinite gets one way down here and one here. I don't know. Oh. Gotta ban someone on kick. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know.
Storm call. I shall put you down.
Yeah, I guess if we were getting tattoos, they would be in there. But maybe they're called something different. But I imagine they would have been in the loot filter info. So whatever we're getting is those jawbones, I'm guessing are drops from the new boss.
I'll show you insane! Burn, oppressors!
Ooh, a level 6 gem.
Wins 1,000 pray, please.
Best you start. I'm not ready.
I know what he intends. Farewell.
Something's wrong.
The Halani gates are closed, and you have your orders.
The Halani gates are, but there is another. Farewell.
So, our city, let us see. Move swiftly.
Okay, let's put another socket here.
Shocking.
Let's go ahead and throw 2 sockets there. Let's salvage bench. Get rid of that. Why can't I sell this recurve bow? Oh, I'm not selling, I'm disenchanting. That's fine.
Stay in sight.
Okay, so then I can go to Socketables and find Adds cold damage. Let's do fire damage. 7 to 11 fire damage. And we're going to add cold damage. Since I'm doing lightning already, that gets me doing all the elements for this. Here outside. All right. I'm gonna AFK just a minute, and I will be back. Oh yeah, I'm back.
If you are traveling through the traitor, I will.
Well, at least there's some shade in here. Nowhere to run.
No, I should be doing barrage, and then
Storm call. Not yet. Not yet. Too weak, too slow. Patience. Need more time. I need more time. Face me. Patience. I'm not ready.
I got a 6. So, oh, I already had that at 6. Equip gems. So let's do.
From above.
No, I got a point to put in. Let's put some evasion rating in. I think I took a wrong turn here.
Nowhere to run. Storm call.
Okay, where did I miss this? Oh. Like, all right, if I compare this to this, it looks like this, but reversed. Which should mean it should be over here. Like, this was a dead end, right? Yeah. Like, there's no going that way. So it has to be past here? I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was past this. I thought it was always before this. No, it was after that. Okay.
Not ready.
Let's see if I can beat Abala first try. Yeah.
So that's my reward. A murder attempt and an old coin. In my sight. Storm. Need more time. Not ready. Patience. An easy trophy. Not yet. Need more time. There's a faint scent on the air. The beast is near. I need more time.
Hold them back while I open the gate.
Forward. Storm call.
Advance with me. There are 2 more gates we must open.
Need more time. Storm. Not ready. Patience.
Noxious.
Is this possible?
I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sand! You are unworthy! I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sand! I shall dethrone you, Sekama! Wrath of a king! I tried to seek peace, and the Sekamas disgraced me! Rot in the sand! This time, we choose war! We shall finish this! But not today!
Look at him run. Bravery befitting a king. Quickly! The cultures the very sands against us!
This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery.
So, you... Blessings. German rock. We would have... in mod speak to us.
I'm too low level for that.
Ah, yes. You have your orders.
Why are these all unidentified?
I'm unsure what I've gotten myself into here. I've never met a challenge I couldn't overcome. From above! Nowhere to run. Need more time.
Stand tall.
Not yet. Patience.
God damn it.
Storm! I need more time.
I would give anything for a sip.
Oh, I keep moving.
I'm not ready. Need more time.
not ready. Not yet. Storm! Face me.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh,
Need more time.
The ritual has been disrupted. An oasis in the desert.
Not yet. Patience. I'm not ready.
I would give anything for a sip.
I need to go Silver Key, Escape Trial, Boss.
Need more time. Storm! And a little. I need more time. Not yet.
He dropped a bronze and silver key. Nice. Restores honor and gives me a boon. We'll see how the boon goes. Enfeeble is less damage dealt. But I feel like I'm doing okay with damage, so. Oh, no. Did I go the wrong way? I didn't pay attention to the smoke and I skipped a smoke, apparently. Nope. 25% more maximum honor.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
A monstrosity born of earth and stone.
It burns.
From above. Patience.
Beware of what falls.
Not ready. Storm core.
Out for the slam.
We're no match for me.
With Sapphire. Let's see what the Sapphire has. I mean, I have a jewel socket, so I might as well socket it. Send.
Decision.
Did I think I go to... Yeah, send.
By the time they see my arrow.
It is. Should you? I'll search for more.
Sure.
You will succeed.
Turn them into keys. Got 4 silver, no gold. So I can do all the silver ones. And I did my first ascendancy. So now I get Tailwind. Go back to the caravan.
Countess has... We must do whatever it takes.
All right. So, I'll be back in 1 minute. All right. Let me just throw this stuff in my stash. Not that it really matters. And I'm actually gonna call it a night here. Call it a little bit early. So I can get some rest, get up in the morning, see what all's going on. And I'll be back tomorrow. I plan to be on noonish and do any tweaking to the build. Lightning is good right now. Expect it to still be good tomorrow, but I'm trying to do cold. Maybe try element actually. Do a little bit of everything, but we'll see. Yeah. Have a good evening. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see you guys tomorrow.